Test. And you have all the pros Colleagues, dear friend, a warm welcome to this session. My name is Mansour Njai. I'm the Global Head of Inclusive Growth with UNDP. And it's my pleasure to moderate this panel on delivering dignity, human development, and well-beings in LDCs. As part of my introductory remarks, what I'd like to do is really to focus carefully on each of those words that make up the title of this very panel. Delivering dignity, human development, and well-being in LDCs. First, what are we asked to do here? I think the first session where the panel was introduced very clearly set the stage and made this session even easier for all of us. We are facing unprecedented challenges. This is not business as usual. And what we ask is to think, but also to do. We ask to deliver. We ask to walk the talk on what to do, but how to do it. So we all agree that this pandemic is having a heavy toll on 2 decades of steady progress on poverty, on inequality, and is really amplifying those pre-existing inequalities. This is also putting at risk and undermining the realization of the SDGs that we're all striving to achieve. Most importantly, global human development is on course to decline for the first time since 1990. Additionally, poverty is rising for the first time in 20 years. And what we see is that an analysis made recently by UNDP shows that 1 billion people could be living in extreme poverty by 2030. And overall, 1.3 billion people, 20% of the overall population, live in multidimensional poverty. So this is the challenge. What are we trying to do is to look at human development and well-being from a different perspective. And in that respect, we have moved away from the idea of a unidimensional metrics or idea about well-being, either defined by income, by wealth, or by GDP, to embrace a broader and more relevant concept that is human development. What is the understanding of human development? A proper understanding is one in which well-being is on what people can be and can do, rather than simply what they have. So it's about enhancing capabilities. Today, the challenge is many people still lack the very basics of a decent life. And many countries still fail to meet those basic capabilities. And we're discussing here education, health, basic services, all dimensions that are critical in shaping the future of our children. So it's basically about social inclusion. It's about agency, how to make people count as citizens and contribute to the development of a country. So this is a call to action. There is a need for a bold, collective, coordinated action in solidarity to correct course and build forward better. What is required is integrated development solutions, innovative one, but that can also be implemented that will help tackle inequalities of opportunities. It's all about being able to access those opportunities. It's about building agency to achieve prosperity for all. And against this background, what this session will do is to present and discuss recent findings. And we're happy to have so many top-level thinkers with us today to look at their findings in terms of strategies, policies, and concrete and implementable ideas that can help accelerate human development and address key aspects contributing to the poor well-being outcomes in the least developed countries. We trust and we're hopeful that our deliberation can help not only shape but also support the implementation of the upcoming Doha Program of Action for the LDCs that will be adopted in early 2022. To do so, we have today a panel of very distinguished speakers and discussants in order of speaking. We'll have Ms. Gladys Abdul from the University of Antananarivo, Madagascar, that will be joining us virtually. Mr. Ibrahim Assi from the Catholic University of West Africa, Togo. Mr. Megdim Regassa from the University of Bonn, welcome. Ms. Anita Staneva from the Griffith University, Griffith Business School, Australia. Mr. Idrissa Ouedraogo from the Pan-African University and African Union Commission and the University of Yaoundé too in Cameroon. Her Excellency Ms. Sofia Tesfa Mariam, Permanent Representative of Eritrea to the United Nations. Your Excellency, warm welcome to you. And Mr. Diego Valadares Neto from the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. Welcome to you. So colleagues, in order to help this meeting run as smoothly as possible in this format that's hybrid, we have a few housekeeping rules. Each speaker will have 7 minutes to deliver remarks and presentation. Second is that we have the translation both in French and English. But before actually going into the panel, we also have the pleasure and honor to have Sir Arthur Richard Joly, who's the honorary professor and research associate with the Institute of Development Studies, who will be delivering his keynote speech virtually. As a background, Mr. Sir Joly is a leading development economist who was named one of the 50 key thinkers globally in development economics. He is a former Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations, serving as Deputy Executive Director, responsible for UNICEF's program worldwide, but also a former UNDP colleague who used to be the coordinator of the widely acclaimed Human Development Report. So if Mr. Joly, you are online, the floor is yours for 10 minutes. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm very honored to participate in this meeting. You can hear? Can you
Absolutely.
hear me? Yes.
Yes.
Well, the first thing I want to say on the LDC is that it's the UN that came up with the concept of the least developed countries. And sadly, it's been a UN promotion, but the World Bank and the IMF have never really recognized the LDCs. And that shows, in my mind, a weakness in their perception and also a lack of willingness to follow clear UN leads on the least developed countries. The second thing I want to say is that the least of LDCs category is a top priority today. We've seen over the years since 1945 and the founding of the UN, progress in all countries in human development, but least progress in the least developed countries. And this has been particularly in the last 20, 40 years, when inequalities on a global basis have increased rather than decreased. And that is a failure of international as well as national action. There is an important range of issues which countries individually can do, and perhaps regional commissions of the UN, the Economic Commission for Africa in particular. And they need to build an agenda and a solidarity among their members to press internationally for the international support as well as national support. I think there's also a critical need for better statistics on how the least developed countries have been faring compared with middle income and richer countries. We know that the gap has been widening, but there should be annual statistics that emphasize not only what's been happening, but the need for action. And that again is something where the UN, the regional economic commissions can play a particular role, and the UN statistical role. How these issues are brought before the UN General Assembly is a separate issue, but I hope today some of your speakers will consider that, because it needs, as I've stressed already, international action, and that requires strong support, not only of the Secretary General, but of the General Assembly, recognizing that progress in human development and progress in economic development over the last 70 years, 20 years, has often been very considerable. But, as I've stressed, the least developed countries falling behind. I would have thought also it was very useful if the Secretary General, with some of the leading presidents or prime ministers of least developed countries, would have a meeting with the World Bank and the IMF in Washington and make the case for stronger support from those international institutions. And there would be also a key role for a meeting to be held in the UN in which those institutions were specially invited. They often don't come, of course, to UN meetings, but if they were pressured by heads of state or a few heads of state, as well as the Secretary General, I think there could be a special high-level meeting with the bank and the fund. That has taken place on occasion before, and it's often been a stepping stone for important action. Well, those are the priorities I would give. As I say, national action, regional action, and international action. I'd be happy to interact with other members of the panel on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Jolie, for those very insightful remarks and reminding us that the very idea of the LDC came from the UN. And also on calling on international financial institutions, notably World Bank and the IMF, to work closely with national and international actors and stakeholders in order to drive this agenda forward. And like you said, reminding us that LDCs are lagging behind. And we really did business as usual to change course. Data evolution for evidence-based policymaking also has a critical input to this overall agenda. Thanks so much for your remarks. Allow me now to turn to our first speaker. We have Ms. Gladys Abdul from the University of Antananarivo, Madagascar, speaking about early childhood development. As you know, inequalities can start at birth and widen over one person's life. Therefore, and this has been already emphasized during the opening session, a life cycle approach to building capabilities is crucial and starts exactly with early childhood development. So, Ms. Abdul, while giving you the floor, I would invite you also to reflect on what kind of solutions can be put forward to achieve optimal childhood development, learning from your experience in Madagascar. Ms. Abdul, the floor is yours.
Morning. Morning, everyone. I'm sorry, I don't think you can see me because I have I have some issue with the video here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to share the my screen so that you can follow the presentation on the PowerPoint.
If you hear us, please proceed. We're fine without having the video. It's not an issue.
Okay. Uh, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see your slide. So the floor is all yours.
Okay. Thank you. Um, so my presentation is going to talk about achieving optimal ECD through enhanced collective care and localized methods. I would be dividing my work into 3 parts. First, ECD Madagascar context, a brief overview. Then I will move on to key findings and highlights. And I will end up with suggested actionable solutions. All of these within the framework of SDG target 4.2, which is early childhood development, care, and pre-primary education for all by 2030. ECD in Madagascar context, roughly speaking, is mainly about collective care. Young children are emulating what adults do and learn from that, whether it is about early learning, stimulation, playthings, or care practices. There is a mixture of traditional and modern aspects that have to be considered when thinking about ECD within Malagasy context, but basically it's about using what's at hand. The obstacles to localized optimal ECD are mainly the fact that there is limited public access to ECD information. There are actions, but they are scattered, and there is no leading authority nor clear priorities. Secondly, there is no or practically limited access to care facilities and services for the vulnerable part of a population, which fosters lack of awareness and incoherence in localized practices, which is practically against global standards or when set against global standards, where we can find diverging visions and education principles. Policy implementers do not really see ECD in the way that local caregivers are seeing it, and the latter are thinking in terms of being relegated to aid beneficiaries. After we have conducted our studies, we have found that data shows a need for relevant improvement in access to care services and facilities. There is also a need for advocacy in terms of collective and localized ECCE. Although there has been awareness on ECD seeded in terms of nurturing care and early learning, caregivers do not really feel that they are part of decision making. That's why we are talking about actions being scattered and precise measures lacking, which conduct to no direct effect on parents and consequently on children. And with the constraints of the pandemic lately, pressures on parents have been added, and basic care and nurturing for young children have been, I would say, drifting more away from standards. For these reasons, we are recommending targeted and contextualized actions in order to improve efficiency and bring significant changes in attitudes and practices. For these targets, we are suggesting three actions. First of all, to engage conversation between stakeholders in order to have common understanding and shared goals in achieving equitable and sustainable growth for every child. These could be achieved through the setting of a national policy, followed by action plans on ECD at the national level so that we can have defined priority measures. Secondly, we can have the creation of inclusive and accessible care services to engage informed parents on provision of optimal ECD at a non-paid, rotational, and collaborative basis. Those collective care centers, which are mainly targeted at the 0 to 5 years old, should be owned by and working for the community in collaboration with care professionals and education authorities. These are also aimed at reducing the cost of ECE funding at national level. And then, as part of the actions to be taken, partners, international organizations, and donors are to be included as full-fledged stakeholders in all stages of ECD implementation. These partners would be taking part with providing financial support, but not only, also with accompaniment and assistance, with capacity building, enabling caregivers to progressively manage the collective care centers autonomously, as was mentioned before. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ms. Abdul, for those very good points. We hear you loud and clear that from your research, what comes out is first lack of direction and vision that can be operationalized through a clear action plan with specific targets and deliverables. The need also to have a clear authority that coordinates those actions. Making sure that we also have a broad set of partners that can support not only for financial but also for capacity building. But this also, I guess, raises the very question that this kind of policy also requires some domestic resource mobilization. It all relies on financial partnerships and support. Of course, the issue of sustainability comes into question. Thanks again. Very good points. We'll come back to you, but please keep in mind the question that I had asked. How would you see this research translated overall in LDCs? What would be the learnings? Thanks again for your good points. Let me now continue this this panel by moving to a related but different set of challenge, which is still about education. And we've all agreed with the criticality of education in building capacity and empowering the most vulnerable. And one thing that clearly came out of the COVID pandemic is that it has significantly affected education sectors across all regions. Over 100 million additional children will fall below the minimal proficiency level just in reading. And this is, of course, a clear call for urgent action to mitigate the impact of school closures, address learning losses, and adapt education systems. In particular, when we look at the digital divide that has clearly amplified those inequalities for the vulnerable and disadvantaged communities. So, Mr. Ibrahim Assi from the Catholic University of West Africa in Togo, the floor is yours for 7 minutes with this question that I would also like to put forward, which is, what is your take regarding the education system in French-speaking Sub-Saharan Africa and beyond? Over to you, Mr. C, for 7 minutes.
Oui, merci. Bonjour tout le monde. Je vais essayer de partager directement.
We have an echo in the room. We hear twice the voice of the speaker. Okay.
Voilà. Alors, bon, ça ne marche pas.
Now it seems to work.
Mais bon, je vais présenter, peut-être que vous allez comprendre. Bien. Alors, nous avons constaté que la pandémie.
We have noticed that the pandemics has created big changes in education, leading to the closing down of schools. This politics has shown that a pandemic could lead to the closing down of schools. On the other hand, we have seen that the opening of schools has no impact on the pandemics. And we have tried to run a study, including 10 countries: Benin, Burkina Faso, Burgundy, Cameroon, Chad, Congo, Ivory Coast, Gabon, Senegal, and Congo. And 3 countries have not closed their schools: Benin, Chad, Ivory Coast, and we have 7 countries that have partially opened their schools: Ivory Coast, Congo, Gabon, Senegal, and others. So, from here, we want to see whether the partial opening of the schools has led to an increased presence of COVID in those countries. On the basis of these studies, we can reach the following conclusions. The first studies have shown, I've told you, that opening schools can, of course, contribute to the spreading of the pandemics. But we have seen the studies of Johansen, for instance, in Norway, I'm sorry, where the study has shown that the number of affected people has not necessarily increased due to the opening of the schools. The economic situation in sub-Saharan Africa made us fear that opening the schools could lead to an increased spreading of the pandemics. This is due to the fragility, vulnerability of our healthcare system, to the extreme poverty in our countries, where very often our populations lack the most necessary things, and there is a lack of access to drinking water. In addition, there is on the side of our people a kind of denial of the illness. They do not necessarily accept to understand the necessity to be tested or to undergo tests. So the decision to oh, I see now that my my slides are being shown. I'm saying that 3 countries did not close, so Benin, Chad, and Ivory Coast, and those countries that have partially closed classes, and others that have not at all closed their classes. So the decision to close classes was perceived as a defensive strategy to face the virus or and to protect pupils and the populations. In developed countries, there is no issue because pupils were able to follow online. But in French-speaking sub-Saharan Africa, this option is difficultly available because there is a limited access to internet, to electricity, and to digital equipment without which you can't run any education online. So we have used a model that allowed us to achieve a number of results, and we have seen that in Chad there was a statistical important increase of confirmed cases of COVID. But we have seen that only in Togo there is a positive evolution. However, the results have shown no difference in the Democratic Republic of Congo, for instance, following a partial opening of classes. Concerning those countries that have opened partially or totally their classes, we have seen that there has not been any increase of the number of cases. So it seems that it is possible to reopen classes while respecting protective measures. And the results make us believe that we should be able to reopen classes in these countries. But the fact that there is at least one country showing that there could be a risk of increased cases means that we have to accompany the reopening of classes by safety or security measures. And what are these measures? So the reopening would be more efficient if we could teach these security measures, for instance. Authorities should instruct the authorities to make sure that all these security measures are being respected in classes. And we have the problem of overpopulation in a number of schools in our countries. To conclude, we can say that on the 9 countries studied, the results show that reopening does not lead to an increased number of confirmed cases. In 90% of cases, you see here that we have a problem, nevertheless, at the level of our infrastructures. Our countries do not have the required instruments to face the pandemics. Yet reopening is possible, provided that the protective measures are ensured. But as I said, we also need a real politics regarding the equipments, regarding a greater awareness of the risk connected to the pandemics. And we have to learn from the experience of those countries that were affected by the Ebola pandemics. This is, dear colleagues, what I wanted to share with you. I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. C. And thanks for your very insightful remarks, pointing to the fact that looking at the sample of your countries, in most cases, reopening schools did not actually imply an uptick in the cases of COVID-19. At the same time, you pointed out to the fact that the issue of having in-person or homeschooling is a tough one. It's a tough question in the sense that homeschooling faces the digital divide, access to infrastructure, the cost of internet, and so on and so forth. While having this in-person schooling gives the opportunity to actually continue mitigating the learning losses and adapting, education systems. So it's a quite encouraging message, and I do trust that a number of countries since then have reopened schools. But this also still raises the question of what do we do about the digital divide? Are we just avoiding it, saying it's not feasible, or are we rather putting our heads together to see how we sort it out? Because this needs to be sorted out. What we're seeing is that this is amplifying inequalities in terms of access to education, in terms of education outcomes. So it would be good, I think, right after this, the initial presentations, also think about what concrete action can be taken to address the challenges. Thanks again, Mr. C. Merci beaucoup. Let me now seek perspectives on a different but related question, which is about urban-rural divide and bias in terms of accessing those very public services that we're discussing in remote rural areas. We all do agree that poor public service coverage in rural areas is a major driver of inequality and poverty. So, drawing evidence from your research, what would be the proper means to redress such a challenge? Mr. Regassa, the floor is yours for 7 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much for joining. Today I will be talking about how to attract agricultural extension agents into rural areas how to retain those that are there, and how to motivate them to perform better. Based on a choice experiment design we conducted in rural parts of Ethiopia. So as you heard in the morning, and agricultural productivity is very low in LDCs, and rural areas thus have a lower welfare outcomes compared to urban areas. Within rural areas, remote households are more disadvantaged compared to connected households. And one way of reducing this spatial inequality across areas in rural areas and between rural and urban areas is to improve agricultural productivity, which is argued to be the fastest and the most effective way to achieve this. And one tool for this is increasing the employment of agricultural extension agents, or overall improving the performance of agricultural extension system. So because of this, LDCs have hugely been investing on extension systems. In Ethiopia, for example, the annual investment is about 2% of agricultural GDP, which is huge. The main area of focus is on improving and maintaining the farmer training centers and maintaining agricultural extension agents. However, the role of these extension agents to improve agricultural productivity has been very low. They have low morale, and absenteeism from workplaces is widespread. And so what can we do to improve their performance and attract them into rural areas and reduce this huge turnover of agricultural extension agents? Researchers show that improving the working and living conditions of these agricultural extension agents is very critical. And because of this, most sub-Saharan African countries have been experimenting with, for example, providing housing services, adjusting salaries, providing education opportunities, and creating rural infrastructure. And in Ethiopia, for example, the government has also been considering to implement additional interventions. For example, providing transportation services, encouraging women and girls to work as extension agents. But all these interventions have been implemented and being considered to be implemented without evaluating their effectiveness. If these are to provide the desired outcomes, they need to be effective. But overall, the effectiveness of these measures have not been tested. And our approach in this study is to assess the response of extension agents to job-related attributes based on stated preference data. And then simulate the effectiveness of the different policies based on these elicited preferences. So the advantage of this approach is that it helps developing countries to rank the different alternatives based on their effectiveness. This is very critical because most of these countries, all of these countries have very limited fiscal space. They can't implement all the policies at the same time. So we need to indicate the priority areas of interventions. And this approach our approach is also attractive because it mitigates the limitation of using one-shot surveys, like what's called cross-sectional surveys, and also because it is very difficult to collect over time data that they call panel data. Because of huge turnover of agricultural extension agents, it's very difficult to survey these respondents over time. So based on this approach, it is possible to see what preference they have for the different job attributes. So what we did is to select selected indicators of job attributes of extension agents, 6 of them to be specific, based on the extensive literature survey, discussions with national and regional extension coordinators, and focus group discussion with agricultural extension agents themselves and farmers. And this, the 6 attributes you see on these tables are the 6 we were able to select based on this methodology, including the amenities, the place of work, salary, availability of housing, extension tools at FTCs, transportation facilities, and education opportunity. So what we basically do is bundle these different attributes together into 2 different job categories and present it to the extension agents and to make a choice. So this is how we presented. This is a sample of the questionnaire we presented to the extension agents. Job 1 is, for example, is in a remote area, and we offered the salary, their current salary plus 25% increment, and things like that. As you can see, I will not bore you with the details. And then we asked them to choose between these 2 jobs, and then neither, if they desire to do so. So I'm not going to present the econometric and the statistical method we implemented for the choice of the 6 attributes and how we bundled them together and how we estimated. I'll just go directly to the results because of time. So what we found is that extension agents showed strong preference for they indicated that the status quo is undesirable. They are not happy about the job qualities they have currently. And so they desire changes in their working and living conditions. That is one of the strong results. And we also found out that they have a lot of preferences, they indicated, which means the included attributes in our choice experiment appear to be very attractive to the extension agents, indicating that for policy makers, there is a wide range of policy options to choose from. And third, we found out that providing education opportunities is the top choice among extension agents. And the second choice is providing rural infrastructure, providing electricity, hand washing facilities, and roads, and providing transportation services are very attractive to retain extension agents and motivate them in their performance. For example, we found out that EA's extension agents are willing to pay about 90% of their current salary to be able to obtain education opportunities. And they are willing to pay about 40% of their current salary to be able to obtain an adequate rural infrastructure, for example, hand washing facilities, or for example, access to bike, simple tools like bike and motorbikes and roads. And we also found out that salary adjustment is powerful, but it is limited in its scope. Even if these countries are able to afford salary increment, the scope of this tool to improve the performance of extension agents is very limited. And education opportunities and rural infrastructure are also powerful, not only to retain those that are there, but also to attract new graduates to work as extension agents. Of course, there are a lot of heterogeneities based on gender, age, and current salary level. It means that when implemented, policymakers have to tailor their policies depending on the age, gender, and the current salary level of the extension agents. So in conclusion, we found out that offering education opportunity is the most powerful tool to improve the attractiveness of extension jobs in rural area, which, like I said, are very critical to improve the productivity of the agricultural sector, which is key to reduce spatial inequalities in rural areas and narrow the gap between rural and urban areas. And we also saw that salaries, housing, transportation facilities, and equipping FTCs are also effective to do the same. Studies on the relevance of these non-monetary job attributes is critical in developing countries, like I said, because of this limited fiscal space. Our trade-off analysis needs to be supported by qualitative information, and our data, which we conducted, corroborates the result from the choice experiment. I thank you very much, and this work is published in Journal of Agricultural Economics, so if you are interested, please refer to the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Regassa. And just would like to reflect on a few takeaways from your presentation. The first being that in times of limited fiscal space, there are tough choices, trade-offs that need to be made. And the second is, to do so, you need to make sure that you have evidence-based policymaking. And that can involve impact evaluation, involving the very policies that you are actually envisioning, to make sure that your policy actually is impactful and is also efficient in terms of cost efficiency. So I think this was really interesting. And the next, of course, interesting point that you made is that in rural areas, in remote areas, in LDCs, agriculture has such a transformative power if driven the right way, by increasing productivity. So I think it all makes sense. It's a strong narrative. And the question, of course, that we can ask ourselves is, how replicable is such an analysis, or how relevant can it be in different countries and contexts? Because it's very context specific. Here, what would work is educational opportunities, infrastructure. In a different country, it may be different things. But I think that's really important, that idea of contextualizing the policymaking also. So that's also, I think, a powerful message that comes out of your presentation. Thanks again. Thanks so much for your very good points that will definitely give us some food for thought. Let us now turn to Ms. Anita Stavin-Niva that joins us virtually. And here, what we are going to look at is a different challenge, but very much linked to what we've been discussing in terms of access to basic services. This one deals with water, access to water, and its impact on education. And what we have seen recently from recent studies is that when we looked at, for instance, at the global indicators of the multidimensional poverty index, it came out very clearly that deprivations in 3 areas, water, nutrition, and cooking food, can predict a high risk from COVID-19 in terms of hygiene, weakened immune systems, respiratory conditions, and so on and so forth. And what we've seen is that among the people at risk and in need of targeted policy responses are those that are simultaneously facing all those dimensions. And these count up to almost half a billion people worldwide. So access to water is really critical. So Ms. Staniva, my question to you before giving you the floor is also that you help us reflect on what needs to be done to ensure improved access to water, but at the same time enhance child development outcomes, because that's really the challenge here, to make sure that scarcity in terms of access to water does not have adverse impact on educational outcome. The floor is yours for 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this great introduction. Good afternoon, everyone, and actually good evening from Australia. I'm going to talk quickly about child development, in particularly cognitive development, and what the impact of water scarcity is. And here we are using data from Ethiopia. So this is a joint paper with Mohammed Usman from Center of Development Research and my colleague Fabrizio Carmignani from Griffith University. So while there is an increasing attention on the impact of water scarcity, water availability, and health outcomes, less examined in the literature is the impact of water provision on children's cognitive development. And what else we ask in this paper is we further try to establish whether there is some other vulnerabilities around these kids in terms of whether they live in domestic violence and other inequalities. And the mechanisms here could be either indirect. We do know that this could go either through agriculture production. A regular rainfall, of course, is beneficial for agriculture and, of course, for an improved nutrition and also for health outcome for these kids. But there is a literature from the medical studies that actually established that dehydration can really negatively impact children's cognitive abilities. So what we do in this paper, we rely on individual data, and these two data sources. So we use 2016 demographic health survey and young lives school survey. So although this data from 2016, there's still good evidence to provide in terms of our research question. So in terms of what are the main variables, briefly to mention, I will not talk about our empirical strategy, but the main variables that we're looking at and the way we define water availability, we try to proxy this by using either walking time to the primary drinking water source. And this is very useful in a way because we are able to capture some potential life risks surrounded that these kids may have experienced by taking the time to collect water, like if they walk near in the evening or during the dark and night and so on. We also at school level are able to define so-called unproved water. And the way we look at this is we look at what kind of source of drinking water at school facilities is available at that particular school. Um, and in terms of what their cognitive skilling is, the survey data are very useful in a way that we can measure, and we look at this primary school age kids, and we're able to measure their maths test scores, in particular different problem solving and concepts and mathematical questions. We also are able to measure their English and their local Amharic test performance. And if you look at this next figure, where we essentially present some raw differences in terms of their average test scores, there is a clear evidence to suggest that for both girls and boys at that age that we look at, this age 12, 13, those who have access to water, and here we simply look at whether there is water at that particular school facility versus no water at all. So there is a clear trend that they perform much better in terms of their cognitive test performance. And we further look at, in terms of the next figure, we try to plot and further examine in terms of the time taken to collect that water and their cognitive skillings. And again, there is this declining pattern for both boys and girls that we observed. And there is this sharp decline, in particularly for girls, that you can see in the second graph. The longer they spend, the longer than 30 minutes they spend to collect water, of course, this reflects in terms of their cognitive skillings. They're less likely to perform better in all these three scores. Here we combine these three scores into a single indicator. And it's important to observe that around 26 to 17% at that school facilities report that on average at home they take more than 30 minutes in time to collect water. So these are all differences, and we further in the paper try to control fully for different family, age, gender, and other characteristics. And moving to our main results, what we can conclude is that children who really attending that schools without improved water facilities they tend to score significantly lower. So here we are talking about 0.80 standard deviation less in all these three test scores. The third not reported here, but still significantly negative. And just to get a sense of how important and how big are these impacts, what we can compare this is with having a father, which basically shows a significant impact in our models. Having a father with no education translates to a reduction in child's cognitive skilling by 0.06 standard deviations. So actually what we can see here is that the gap in this cognitive skilling, the gap in terms of their cognitive skill performance is almost 10 times larger when it comes to water access, provision to clear water at school facilities. And we also ask and rely on our second data source in terms of whether these kids are really living in vulnerable home environment. And we do found actually significant evidence that if a mother spends more than 30 minutes time to collect water, she's living and she's really being exposed to a violent home environment. And very importantly, trying to disaggregate that impact by income, we see there is that effect is really stronger and actually only significant for those families that are coming, and that we group this at a lower income quartiles. So again, here we kind of able to link this to income inequalities. So in conclusion, this paper, again, what we're trying to state and what we're trying to show is that there is a clear evidence to suggest that there might be a direct relationship between a water scarcity and children's cognitive performance. So we found that strong relationship, and children who attend schools without improved water, they tend to perform really worse at this test scores. And again, because this is very important in terms of their later performance, we want to highlight how crucial is that access to water, and particularly clear water. And although these are 2016 data, we're hoping for more recent data. But in this data, around 45% of children are reporting that they have no water source at all. Here, I'm not talking about unimproved versus improved water. I'm talking about no water at all. So our main message here, and really the policy implications should be that we should spend more efforts in terms of increasing that coverage, especially at school facilities. And we do believe that this could be this could encourage as well school attendance and of course human development, in the same way like some previous studies have found that providing hot meals at school could really increase school attendance. So we do believe that having that access to clear water at school facilities is really crucial. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Staniva, for a well-researched question. That is an important one, as you rightly pointed out. The first, I think, one of the strong messages, access to water is critical, not only on education, on health, but in a number of also related areas. And the second message is, I think, is that we should look at the SDGs as a system, as a holistic approach, clearly linking different SDGs here with the focus on SDG 4 and SDG 6 on sanitation, but I could easily add SDG 5 on gender, because we know that women share a disproportionate burden of the chores in a household. We could add SDG 1 on poverty, SDG 10 on inequality, and so on and so forth. Also here, what came out is a number of related challenges related to, for instance, gender-based violence, related to the educational background of the family and especially the father. So all in all, I think what it shows is that there are a number of areas that we call universal accelerators, and access to water is one of such areas. So definitely we need to support policymakers and provide them the evidence, such evidence that can help them prioritize this kind of interventions. Thanks again, Ms. Taniva.
Thank you.
Let me now turn to our last panelist, Mr. Idrissa Ouedraogo, who will be discussing with us the issue of health outcomes, but looking at it from a governance lens, looking at inclusive, responsive, and accountable institutions as key enablers of strong development outcomes. So our question to you, Mr. Ouedraogo, would be to say, what dimensions are the most critical for health outcome and how to foster those in practice? Mr. Ouedraogo, you have the floor for 7 minutes. Press.
Donc, allô? Allô?
Oui,
J'espère que
on
vous
vous
m'entendez
entend.
très bien.
On vous entend maintenant, allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
OK, merci bien. Donc, nous travaillons sur la qualité des institutions et
We are speaking on the institutional quality and health outcomes in sub-Saharan Africa.
Nous savons que
We know that
la qualité des institutions
the institutional quality improves the health status
dans les pays,
in
mais ce dont nous
the country.
ce dont nous
But what we
précision,
don't know
quelles sont
is
les
what
conditions
are the
la qualité des institutions
dimension of the institutional quality that improves the health status in a country,
concept
because institution is a concept or is a dimensional tool.
et qui par ailleurs l'espérance
We
de vie à la naissance
know that
en moyenne de l'ordre de 56,33%, donc inférieur à l'âge d'aller à la retraite, c'est-à-dire 60
that
ans
in most of our countries you go on pension at the age of 60. So the objective of this work is to identify
les principales
the main
dimensions,
dimensions
la qualité des
of
institutions qui
institutional quality
l'Afrique
capable
améliore
of
qui
improving the health status and measured here in terms of life expectancy.
comme un indicateur
This being a fundamental indicator of the health status of a population.
les données
Data show,
façon générale,
in a general way,
les pays africains qui ont tendance
that African countries that have a good institutional practice
une espérance de vie,
show a life expectancy
ces pays sont en particulier
which is much higher. I'm thinking of
Seychelles,
Seychelles, Cape Verde, Mauritius Island. These are the best examples in terms of institutional quality and life expectancy in sub-Saharan Africa.
On constate que,
But we also see that because of corruption, absence of efficient public sector, and they often go together with a lower life expectancy in many countries.
moins corrélés. Donc,
So
les estimations,
the estimates show
les estimations montrent que les dimensions les plus importantes, la qualité des institutions qui améliorent l'accès, qui améliorent l'expérience de vie à la naissance en Afrique subsaharienne.
That in SSA, we have the following criteria. We have the state of law, level of corruption, the efficiency of the public authorities, democracy, and the and others impact mostly on life expectancy and the health of we see about that the corruption, for instance, weighs around 5%, and the efficiency of public authorities represents an important percentage too. Democracy weighs about 3%. The interpreter apologizes, but since we don't have the text, it is difficult to follow. Also, the sound quality is very bad. Another factor impacting on life expectancy is the quality in general of our institutions. Altogether, we see that this represents 23%, which is not a negligible factor, especially if you wish to quantify the importance of all these factors. So this study shows two results mainly. First of all, the institutions do not all contribute to the same at the same level to life expectancy in SSA. Secondly, the institutional equality represents 20% in terms of contribution to life expectancy. We know that
peut se baser sur, dans ce cas, la combinaison de ce nombre d'indicateurs
there are several factors which can be combined to improve the health status in the respective countries. Thank you for your attention. Well, we've tried to compress this into 7 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ouedraogo, for your very good insights on the key institutional enablers that can improve health outcomes. And we do note that what came out of your research is a focus on the rule of law as a key enabler, public services efficiency. You also mentioned democracy in general, and also corruption, tackling corruption. Thanks again. As we're running out of time, let me now turn to our two discussants before we actually address and engage the floor. Your Excellency, Ms. Tesfa Mariam, the floor is yours for your remarks for 4 minutes.
4
Please.
minutes.
Yes, please.
Well, thank you very much. As an African and as a woman, I am actually very happy to know that there is so much research being done on Africa and the issues of development in our regions. But listening to the discussions, I'm looking to find somebody to say something that I'm looking for. And nobody mentioned social peace. Nobody mentioned social capital, you know. And these are the things that have worked for countries like mine that are very small, that are least developed. And I'm also taking offense for 50 years of being labeled, you know, least developed, and to talk on a topic that talks about dignity. How can you talk about dignity when you're talking about a label such as least developed? So very difficult night for me to prepare for what I would like to be an engaging session here. But for Eritrea, a new country, 30 years old, coming out of a long conflict, war, and then going back to war again for another 20 years almost, and finally getting peace 3 years ago. It's very hard for us to talk about development and not talk about the other things that affect our development. But one of the things that have enabled us to move beyond the threats that we will call, including COVID, was to rely on ourselves and the internal dynamics inside of the country to see what are the things that we could do on our own. Yes, water security, food security, instituting agricultural programs that tackled households, community level workings, and the role of the diaspora, which was very important for us. It was important during the struggle for independence, and post-independence for the development, we reached out to the diaspora before we reached out to the ODAs. We reached out to the diaspora before we called the World Bank and the IMF. The diaspora, we say the diaspora funds spend just as well as anybody else's funds. But the diaspora is large, it has capacity, it has the expertise that we're looking for. It's an educated workforce that's, I myself am from the diaspora, and if I tell you that I never lived a single day in Eritrea, nobody would believe me, but here I am representing Eritrea at the United Nations. And I'm a transplant of the diaspora, and the diaspora is an intricate part of the development in Eritrea. And we reach out to the diaspora for expertise, for knowledge, for funding. When COVID came to town, the first thing that we did was mobilize the diaspora communities in Canada and in the Arab countries and in Canada. And these people went out and they raised funds to help with the total lockdown and restrictions and that we had to institute in order to curb the COVID. And I wanted to bring the numbers today because every day the ministry gives us a list and the numbers of where COVID is in Eritrea. And today we are at 42 deaths, which is small compared to the countries in our region and for most of. It's not because we're lucky or that we're immune to this disease, but social distancing and keeping up with the restrictions were helped because we had the social capital, where the inhabitants will listen and they will follow the health instructions from the Ministry of Health. If the Ministry of Health said, you know, we're going to have a campaign, awareness campaign, and the musicians and the artists were on board to tell us how to fight this COVID, how to wear your mask, how to wash your hand before you put your mask. You know? And this is like daily, every day on television, every day on the radio. So the synthesizing, the awareness programming, the organized way and the structured manner in which the society is set up probably helped us. It's not, our DNA is the same. We'll get COVID just like anybody else. But I think the manner which we dealt with it was the manner which we deal with all the threats that come to Eritrea. And it's food insecurity, You go and participation of everybody in the country for development of the country. When it came to COVID, everybody together fighting for the COVID challenge, including the diaspora. And so I'm thinking it's collective. It's the social harmony that we have amongst the people and the collective responsibility that we've set to each other. You know, I'm my brother's keeper, and I will take care of you. So in COVID time, people reached out to their neighbors, to the elderly. The youth organizations went out and they gave out the masks and retooling in the factories. Instead of producing clothes, they were uniforms. They were producing masks for schools. So it was a community effort of sorts, and maybe a little luck along the way. So that's my addition. But for your data, you know, the other day I'm minding my own business and trying to do my work, but I went into a meeting when they talking about agriculture and enhancing agriculture, and they talked about artificial intelligence. You know, that comes to mind for some of the surveying work that you're doing, but I don't know anything about it, so I can't help you there. But that might be something that you might want to look into. But I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Those are very powerful messages that really speak to what this agenda is about. We are thinking development, but we also need to look at what is context specific. And here we're discussing conflict-related situations that actually compounds, you know, the challenge because there are pre-existing inequalities, pre-existing challenges that need to be addressed. And you're right by saying that the diaspora matters. They have a role to play. You're right in saying that 50 years after, we're still being labeled LDCs. What does it mean? Do we have the right narrative? Shall we shift it and discuss more prosperity than poverty? So those are very deep questions, and really thanks again for sharing those. Let me now turn to our last but not the least discussant, Mr. Diego Baladeres. Over to you for 4 minutes.
Thank you, moderator, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you, and I've listened very attentively to all the presentations, including the presentation of my fellow discussant, Ambassador Mariam, and I took some quick notes of all of them, and I think you, moderator, already nailed and tackled and addressed all the main issues and didn't leave a lot to us, but just to mention in 30 seconds some of them, and then enter into a quick reflection on the role of human rights and the right to development in particular in this discussion. So Sir Richard Jolly spoke about the leadership of the UN, and we as part of the UN believe that indeed the UN as a one country, one vote setting provides a stronger political economy even to advancing the interests of the least developed countries and to help these countries reach graduation and achieve development and realize human rights. Just the last month, the Secretary General issued his agenda, our common agenda, and that agenda is really an opportunity to create a momentum for reinforced multilateral cooperation. Ms. Abdullah mentioned specific targets and authority, the importance of resource mobilization, which is one of the aspects enshrined in the Declaration on the Right to Development, which I'll speak about in 1 minute. Mr. Ibrahim C. spoke about opening schools in connection to the right to food, poverty alleviation, and what do we do about the digital divide, as the moderator correctly stressed very much. Mr. Rasgasa mentioned the right to work and the right to decent work, in other words, on what he was saying. So it's really related to the human right to work and the contribution of development, of infrastructure, to ensure that the right to work is exercised with dignity and as a decent, so rights at work as well, and a better freedom of choice for exercising this right. Ms. Stenby mentioned the water and child development, and her very strong argument of her empirical research recalls us on how all human rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated, as stressed in the Vienna Declaration Program of Action. How water impacts concretely the quality of education for girls and boys. Mr. Drago mentioned institutional capacity of governmental productive capacity and the impact on that, I would say, the right to development, I would phrase it like that. And the ambassador correctly drew our attention to the importance of migrants and diasporas and the right of migrants in order for them to be empowered even to help their own communities. So I thank you for these excellent presentations on early child development, stunting, education, workers' development, water and sanitation, health. All these topics can be translated to human rights norms. The right to food, to water and sanitation, to education, to work, and the right to development. These are not simply goals that we pursue for ticking a box for reaching graduation of the status of least developed countries. These are essential elements to deliver on the promise of Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, in which we declared together that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights, no matter where they are, no matter in which country they are. In least developed countries, the barrier of realizing these rights relate to our failure to deliver on Article 28 of the same declaration, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, according to which everyone is entitled to a social international order in which rights and freedoms can be fully realized. The next program of action for LDCs will be an opportunity to move closer to this promise and for a fair and inclusive international order. As a contribution to this process, to the UN LDC 5, which this conference is part, last year the report on the right to development from the Secretary General of the UN and the High Commissioner for Human Rights focused on LDCs. And in doing so, it took into account challenges for the realization of the right to development in these countries in the context of COVID. The report draws parallels between the graduation criteria for LDCs and recommendations for human rights mechanisms. For example, when looking at the education index, part of the human assets index, we should also look and assess accessibility, acceptability, adaptability, and quality, criteria that the mechanisms explain and unpack for us, and which many of these presentations today really showed us in practice, unpacked in empirical researches. The Right to Development report also makes concrete recommendations to the LDC preparatory process. One of them is to make an inclusive conference. And we're very happy to see this LDC Future Forum happening because it's really fantastic to see the voices of civil society, including academics from least developed countries, being heard by policymakers who will make the choices that will be enshrined in this program of action. Finally, I would like to share that our office, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the High Commissioner herself, Michelle Bachelet, but our office is present in many least developed countries. And our team in Geneva, in New York, and in least developed countries are ready to be partners for promoting sustainable development, integrating human rights to sustainable development, and promote the right to development in LDCs. So thank you very much for the opportunity of being here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Valadares. I just have the feeling that you made my moderation easier. You almost concluded. So thanks so much for all your insights. Let me now turn to the floor. I think this is something that we owe our fellow participants to also get your feedback, your comments, your insights, your inputs. We're really eager to hear from you. So the floor is now opened for any reflections that you may want to share or address specifically to any of the speakers, but also potentially the discussants. Over to you. Who'd like to start? We have 20 minutes, so we're happy to take a first round of questions. We have one hand up, or maybe two.
Excuse me.
Yes, my name is Mikael Schöbel. I work for a local news agency, SPT. And my question is how would you describe the impact of the...
Sorry, but we can't hear the speaker.
The overall development in the respective countries that you represent. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's continue with the round of questions. Yes?
Merci à tous. Ce ne serait pas une question, ce serait une contribution. Merci à tous les intervenants pour la clarté de leur présentation. Et j'aimerais commencer mon intervention par le dernier point, par la passerelle qui a été faite entre droits de l'homme et
Speaking of human rights, I mean, the last intervention made here, to recall that we fully share this approach and that as country, we think, and that was also the purpose of our intervention at the General Assembly debate, that the SDG objectives, or that the fifth SDG has to be has to allow us to achieve these goals. First of all, healthy food, nourishment at the level of the schools, that we need quality health care, that we need drinking water. All these parameters should allow us to see whether yes or no we abide by fundamental rights, human rights. It's easy to say so, but we have to know how to achieve this. And I would like to share with you an experience which is ours in Benin concerning the mobilization of traditional resources, internal resources, diaspora resources. And this has become into a special SDG objective. We have collected 500 million euro, which are connected directly to the implementation of some government programs in order to fulfill our aims. So I think there is a number of possibilities which we would like to share with other countries to see what other experience can help us to advance.
Also online, do we have any? Okay. What I would suggest is maybe to give the floor to first the speakers for any remarks that they'd like to share, starting maybe with Ms. Abdul, connecting from Madagascar. Are you still with us? And if so, would you like to share any remarks or insight based on the comments and the question that we received?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say thanks to all the speakers for all the interesting insights that they have shared. Maybe not really something specific, but I would just like to go back to the fact that my presentation was basically turned toward an urgent need for localized and contextualized measures, but also a strengthening of awareness in terms of whether we are talking about development at local level, that is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. C, any final remarks on your end?
Oui, bonjour.
Yes, I'm back with you. Can you hear me now? Well, we have again the echo. We have again the echo in the room. We have twice the voice of the speaker. So, first of all, I would like to go back to my topic, reopening classes. I think that it would be interesting to help African countries to find different methods of work for our pupils, because we have a high number, very numerous classes, so protective measures can difficultly be respected. So we have to be much more vigilant. Therefore, I think it would be important to tell governments that different tools, pedagogic tools, are available. And we should also be able to enhance our infrastructure. I mean, in some schools, there are no protective measures at all. And this certainly creates a number of problems. This is one of the issues which I wanted to highlight. It should be possible to help African countries to face this challenge, because without educations, there will be no development. That's clear. Thank you so much.
Over to Mr. Regasa.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to mention that even though our study focuses mainly on agricultural extension agents, it can be generalizable to public services in general, public workers. And as you mentioned from the different speakers, we have problems with public services. And if we have the resources to mobilize these resources, but there is no one to implement this, then it would be a wastage of resources. So it is important that adequate attention should be given to public workers, especially in remote areas. And I would also like to emphasize that LDCs, governments in developing countries, invest a lot of money to provide public services. But it is very critical that the effectiveness of this intervention should be assessed before investing a lot of resources. It is very important. And given that the role of agriculture is huge, resources that are being invested in rural areas in general, and particularly in agricultural sector, should be examined. And I think this speaks not only for Ethiopia, but generally for developing countries, especially the LDCs in sub-Saharan African countries. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Regasa. Over to Ms. Staniva, if you're still with us. Any final remarks?
Thank you so much for having me. Yeah, my final remark would be perhaps that having an access to more recent data could possibly be very useful in terms of updating our empirical evidences and really assess what progress has been done in the last 5 years in terms of providing adequate water provision, and what kind of impact, whether it will be interesting to observe whether there is a change in terms of improving cognitive skills for these children we examining. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Niva. Mr. Wedraogo, any final feedback from your end?
Oui, quelques commentaires. Nous pensons
some remarks.
l'Afrique subsaharienne peuvent s'inspirer.
SSA countries should be able to take advantage of the experience of Cape Verde, the Mauritius Islands, in terms of improving their institutional quality, and this in order to increase life expectancy. So sub-Saharan African countries should fight corruption, should improve the administrative quality or the quality of the administration, public services, and their quality should be improved, as well as democratic participation should be promoted, and this against the background of peace, security, and stability in political terms. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wedraogo. I'm going to give a last chance if there are any last burning issues or feedback. Otherwise, I'll just proceed with wrapping up the session with my final takeaways. I think we have...
Can you hear me?
So maybe Mr. Joly first and Heidi then.
A very brief.
Sir Joly, any remarks?
Yes, very brief, but very fundamental. I don't think anyone has really mentioned costs. We've had one mention of resources, but in my experience with UNICEF, it was often an enormous difference in the sort of cost per person that projects by some of the UN cost compared with some of the World Bank. And it is important that any aid given for local projects be given in a way that is within the capacity of the community to sustain. I remember in Senegal, a project that was supported by UNICEF and one for education supported by the World Bank. And the World Bank was 5 times more per pupil than the UNICEF project. It's very important that costs and cost per person benefiting are brought into the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very, very, very well noted. Very good point. Heidi, over to you.
Thank you so much, everyone. Excellent presentations. Really interesting to listen to all of you speakers. So thank you for that. My question, I know it's a big one, but we are working in New York on this new program of action. Member states are negotiating it for the next decade, and really to make a transformation, something transformative. So in your expertise and experience and area that you are working in, what would be the one thing that you absolutely want to see in the new program of action for the next decade that you think will be key to a successful development for the LDCs during the Doha program of action? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for putting me on the spot. But I like that question, and I'll definitely address it. Colleagues, this was a really fantastic set of exchanges. I really enjoyed it. A lot of food for thought. Let me try and address specific question that we had from our colleague from the local news agency, but also Heidi's question, and then also share my perspective on what my takeaway from this session. So what we've seen as an impact with the COVID is definitely that we are facing unprecedented challenges. This is the most disruptive shock that affected the countries worldwide, and LDC in particular, in so many dimensions. It's not only a health crisis, but it's also a social crisis, it's an economic crisis, it's also triggered some governance issues, and it's also related to climate issues. So it's really multidimensional by nature. And what we're seeing concretely is a regress in human development, in poverty, a number of jobs lost. In 2020, an equivalent of 255 million jobs lost. Can you imagine what it means? In terms of hunger, 265 million people facing hunger issues. So what it tells us is that we have an unprecedented challenge, and we need a similarly large initiative to address this. Really thinking business unusual, really thinking big, something that can be transformative. Having a program of action is a first step in that direction. But what will really move the needle, and here I'm just referring to what your Ambassador Tesfa Mariam was saying, why are we still discussing LDCs 50 years after? So which means that we have a sticky issue and quick fixes won't work. If we want to be transformative, and I'll start first with sharing what I heard, my takeaways, and then maybe elaborate a little bit more. First takeaway is that we have a human rights failure here. Because what is at stake is social inclusion and agency of vulnerable groups and people. And that has not been delivered so far. Then again, going back to the very title of this panel, it's delivering dignity. So what do we need to do to make that happen? Second is, clearly that came out of this session, is that we need a set of integrated services, a package of services that runs across, cuts across education, health, standards of living, and you name it. And this has to be not only integrated, but it has to be evidence-based. It requires robust data. It requires impact evaluation to see what works, what doesn't work. Because we already have a very tight financial space. So that's limited. And this also has to be inclusive, meaning it has to take on board not only the people that will benefit from those policies, but also the development actors themselves to make sure that they are part of the solutions and that they can contribute to the policy design. Third message is that what we're addressing is context specific. No silver bullet. What is needed is to tailor specific approaches that are relevant to specific development settings and contexts within the LDCs, because they are very heterogeneous. We discussed business as usual almost, and then we're reminded, wait a minute, how about conflict-related situations? Those have to be addressed too. And we have to embed that in the way that we do business. Fourth message is we may need to change the narrative, as I was already saying, probably shifting the discourse from the poverty angle to a more prosperity angle, an angle that will really empower, that will protect but will empower the citizens to become agents of change, because that's what we want to happen here. Fifth is innovative financing. Here, our colleagues from Benin just shared with us their Eurobond that we're using for the SDGs. It's a very good example. We have more from Mexico and other countries. And so many countries, Senegal, and we could name those. I think one of the very question that we have ahead of us is to say, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We also need to forge South-South cooperation and learning and knowledge sharing, because we can learn from each other. Each country has a set of good practices that can benefit others. So a platform that could facilitate such exchanges would be a wonderful tool to actually help countries in answering the question, which is how to do it. We roughly, most of us know what to do, but the how is a different question. And that's where I think we need to put the emphasis. Now, and this is my personal stake. How can we move the needle? What kind of big initiative do we need? I think what we need is something as big as probably what I would refer to as the Marshall Plan. We need a huge initiative that would support the implementation of the program of action, to actually turn the plan into concrete achievements in the field. And that would require, first, that LDCs are in the driver's seat in defining the contours of that big initiative, but also we need international solidarity and cooperation. Because we know it, without finance, there won't be any major change, any major significant change. So we need a global coalition to support this and support a big initiative that can be transformative enough, but that can really help turn the program of action into concrete deliverables. Colleagues, that would be my take for now. Really would be happy to continue this conversation with colleagues, but really wanted to thank the organizers, thank the participants, the speakers, but also colleagues that have been, facilitating. Without them, of course, this wouldn't happen. I'm wearing a microphone. It works. It's because we have people that are, right here helping us. And really also, as a final note, wanted to emphasize something that kind of disturbed me a little bit during the conversation, the panel, is that up to today, we're facing connectivity issues. Colleagues connecting just from countries and not being able to fully deliver their messages. So that's the challenge we have to face and really tackle. Thanks, everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
And I also want to quickly say something about the dinner tonight. So we have the dinner restaurant, which is pretty much just on the other side of the water here. So it's about 15 minutes walk from this location. We can all walk there together and start walking
A very good afternoon to all of you, and welcome to this panel, which I think is going to be very exciting because it builds on a lot of the conversations that have already been had. And going back to the opening remarks of the USG, I think this is going to get to many of the issues around how. I was asked very last minute to moderate this panel. I'm the UN resident coordinator in Bangladesh, and I have worked all my life, all my field assignments, I've had the honor and the pleasure to actually serve in these developed countries, including in Malawi. So very, very pleased to be moderating this panel. But another, I took on the role to moderate because I think it's very challenging to do it after lunch. Everybody's very happy and would probably want to take a nap, and you're not going to be allowed to nap. And the second reason I took it on is I'm very proud of this panel because this is not a manual. The gender balance is excellent. So, so this will be your most interesting panel so far. I want to refer as brief opening remarks to something that the UN Secretary General has said. He has referred to gender-based violence as the shadow pandemic. He's very much recognized that this needs to have equal focus within the recovery strategies of countries and the world. I think even before we all knew that improved gender equality is one of those multiplier SDGs. If we improve on SDG 5, it will have multiplier impact on the other SDGs. Now, COVID-19, as has been said in many of the preceding panels, has amplified pre-existing global trends of reversals of gender equality and women's rights. And I think this is kind of the sobering realization that we have to have with us when we go into this conversation, very much recognizing that more gender equal societies tend to be more peaceful, and also recognizing that if we don't manage to reverse the trend of going backwards on gender equality, then this will negatively impact on both the development and the recovery trajectories of countries. And in the discussions that have taken place already, we've heard about women's access to social protection being more challenging than for others. We've heard about the informality of the economies in many LDCs and the fact that women tend to work more in the informal rather than in the formal sector. We have had lots of references to digitization as one of those potentials to leapfrog, but also keeping in mind that the gender digital divide is holding women away from those opportunities, whether it's telemedicine, whether it's learning during school closures, or whether it's economic financial packages that requires digital literacy. And then, of course, in some countries, women's mobility was very much impacted by the lockdowns and the various pandemic measures. So I'm very much looking forward to this discussion. We have one keynote, we have two panelists, and we have three discussants. And I think you should all be prepared that Finns are kind of known to be sticklers with keeping time. So my discussants have already been counting their slides, and I've said, yeah, you have to cut 3 more. So bear with me. I will try to keep the keynote to 10 minutes. I will call upon you as panelists to keep your presentation to 7 minutes. And then we have the distinguished representatives of Mali and Liberia, possibly also Belgium joining. And we will obviously very much look forward to your comments, trying to draw those linkages between the evidence, the policies, and the experiences in your countries in how do we make sure that the LDC agenda comes to life and becomes that movement for change, as was said in the opening session. With that, let me introduce the keynote speaker, who I can see behind my back. This is this strange thing with virtual meetings. So Mr. Bayani, we can see you very well. I don't know whether you can see. You have a room full of people. Everyone's keen to listen to you. I want to note that Dr. Bayani was the special rapporteur of IDPs from 2010 to 2016. He is a prominent lecturer and an influencer on international law and human rights issues, and including in particular on migration, refugees, and displacement. And I think this couldn't be a more topical area of expertise in the world that we live in. We are looking at trajectories of millions of climate migrants, which adds a new challenge to the issue of displacement. And we are looking at a reality where, you know, people will always be on the move, but how we can make sure that that is happening in a manner which is safe and dignified and stays within laws and jurisdictions. So with that, Dr. Bayani, you have the floor. It probably doesn't make sense to turn around and look at the screen. You have the floor, and if I could kindly ask for you to keep your keynote to 10 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I hope you can hear me well. If my surroundings look strange, it's because you found me in Geneva, where as a member of the Libya fact-finding mission, we are reporting to the Human Rights Council this week on issues of violations of international law and international human rights law. Your opening remarks have set the context for the discussion, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. There's much more to say on this topic. The topic is about the peace and development nexus. And I had experience as a special rapporteur to look into these issues, and some of the thoughts that I will lay out, in fact, emanate from a General Assembly report that I did in 2015. So the peace development nexus is often characterized as such, but in fact, in practice, it's the peace, humanitarian, and development nexus, with humanitarian being a halfway house to save lives during conflict, and also to provide a basis for transition from conflicts to peace, reconstruction, as well as development. But as I will note later, the humanitarian-based approaches have fell out of favor, mostly because they perpetuate dependency rather than the development approaches that we're seeking to develop, as it were. So I'll dwell on this. I'll also dwell on the effects of climate change, which is emerged as an important part of this nexus. My starting point, perhaps, is to situate this discussion in the context of the UN Charter. For very often we forget that the UN Charter itself was designed as a framework for peace, development, inclusion through human rights, and it still is today. And yet we have seen that the nature of conflicts have changed from international armed conflicts between states to conflicts within states. But even to conflicts within states, we see more of asymmetrical conflicts by armed groups that are not really organized or opposed, but simply wage conflict on the models of ISIS and others. And within this, there's also a network of these conflicts. I was in Burkina Faso last week looking into the activities of ISIS as well as Ansar Islam. And these networks start all the way from Boko Haram in Nigeria, Lake Chad Basin, and now they're percolating into Burkina Faso, as it were. So it's important that this framework is then adjusted to look at the nature of the peace requirements that would work towards the development, reconstruction nexus, as it were, and on the basis of inclusion, in particular, Articles 55 and 56 of the UN Charter, promoting stability as well as the equality of well-being of peoples as a principle of inclusion. But since then, peace building has shifted clearly, and I've had at least opportunities to look in some aspects of this, participating in Mozambique, where I was a mediator with Renamo, to try and bring peace. And the one thing that is important and which is emerging is the establishment of regional approaches to building peace because of the networks of armed groups that operate within specific regions. I think it's also important, as the moderator indicated, to ensure that women are involved in peace making processes rather than achieve peace on terms agreed between men and neglecting the specific needs of women. So the typical approaches then have been humanitarian to save lives, to peace, to early recovery, to reconstruction and development. And these have been limited. They perpetuate dependency. And after the humanitarian phase, when development actors have not entered the picture, populations actually remain worse off. So the shift is towards integrated approaches where establishing conditions that are important and conducive to peace from the very outset of a situation, as well as integrated approaches within that, rather than wait for until when development actors deem the situation to be ripe for them to engage in. And we see this shift in the context of the measures now announced by the Secretary General, and I'm happy that the moderator is the resident coordinator, because the resident coordinator is the focal point within countries and within the UN country team, humanitarian teams as well, for the reforms which integrate prevention, integrate development approaches to building sustainability and resilience from the very outset, and to promote this throughout policymaking as well as development. But I'd like to propose that in the first instance, there should be area-based approaches rather than one size fits all from national budgets. The area-based approaches should be based on the development needs assessment of the populations in specific areas. They should be evidence-based, which means collecting disaggregated data according to gender, need, age, disability, and the like, in order to properly plan for development and the development needs, with the participation of local populations and women to identification and addressing the development needs that arise, and correlative, of course, to national development policy. But this is very much a bottom-up approach rather than top-down, where budgets are drawn by a ministry and then they percolate downwards. And I think it's important in this regard to note that this reconciles the way in which development budgets are prepared. One example I came across is Mozambique, where it's a bottom-up approach from the municipalities to the provinces up to the national level and collecting data, which is important there. We should also shift from projects to programming for development that is inclusive in order to promote socioeconomic resilience and sustainability. What do I mean by this? It's not the old, let's provide water to this community as a project, but there should be a program to provide clean and safe water throughout area-based needs in relation to the countries involved. There's a tendency to have infrastructure projects, and my experience as a special rapporteur told me that people are disconnected from such infrastructure projects. They say, well, this bridge is good for those who have fancy vehicles, but it does nothing for me. What I want is really my land to be productive effectively so that I can sustain myself. In Burkina Faso, talking to the Fulanis, they were saying, look, our way of life is based on herding cattle and milk. So for us to sustain ourselves from the areas where we've been removed by these armed groups, all I need is about 5 head of cattle, and then I can sustain myself and not be dependent. So looking at what is it that makes a specific community work in terms of sustainability. There must be long to medium term development approaches, equality, addressing the equality of well-being of peoples, which is the element of inclusion. And these then serve as the basis for engagement with development actors who deal directly with governments rather than humanitarian actors that deal directly with populations. And here I have the example of Haiti, where as Special Rapporteur, after the 2010 earthquake, I went in 2012, and most of Port-au-Prince was still rubble. And in my investigations, I spoke to the World Bank, I spoke to development actors, Habitat, and they say the reason we have not engaged is there's a lack of a housing policy on the part of the government, which would enable us to engage and support its efforts. So LDCs must be prepared in terms of engaging with development actors, identifying which ones are relevant, and therefore craft policies that would enable them to engage more meaningfully and importantly with them. Finally, I move to the aspect of climate change and noting, of course, that as we do so, the social development goals are very important in the new development agenda to promote environmental security, to promote green policies. I did mention the question of sustainability. For example, Social Development Goal 11 is about sustainable cities and communities. And equally, Social Development Goal 16 is about peace, justice, and strong institutions. So that what I said before has to be aligned to these. But in the context of climate change, and here I think Karipoti is one of our members, and I had experience of looking at climate change in the Maldives, the Philippines, and other places. We have to deal with the effects of climate change, environmental degradation, which affects productivity. There's a frequency of sudden onset disasters and also slow onset disasters that promote people to move from where they are to places where they can find sustainable livelihoods, which means cities, and also which means looking at urbanization as a development policy. And the frameworks here, of course, are the Sendai 2015 to 2030 Sendai Disaster Risk Framework, the Cancun Agreements on Adaptation. So the first step is disaster risk assessment. Which areas and populations are more at risk and prone to disasters and the effects of climate change? And on the basis of that, to carry out measures of preparedness, to map out those areas, to take measures that mitigate the risks that the population and the areas face, and of course, to carry out adaptation measures in terms of the effects of climate change. These may be evacuations, there may be relocations, there may be development projects that are actually better suited to combating the effects of climate change. I would also urge the LDC countries to participate in the formulation of the draft Right to Development Convention. I think the draft was prepared by the Office of the Human Rights last year and is still in draft. And I think that making sure that their needs and interests are reflected would be optimum for their approaches to development. So some few thoughts, a lot more to say perhaps than I have, but I was also quite keen to make sure that I stuck within the 10 minutes that I was accorded. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for sticking to time and managing to fit so much into those brief remarks. I think your comments about climate and climate impact very much tallies with Michelle Bachelet's statement to the Human Rights Council that climate change will be the gravest human rights threat in moving forward. And I think it's always useful for all of us to be reminded that human beings don't operate in silos, so neither can our programmatic responses to meet human needs and to lift individuals and societies out of conflict and poverty. I note the comment about the complexity of the crisis and the conflicts that we face today and those networked organizations and how they impact. And I think from there, it's excellent to move to our first panelist, who is going to speak on peace building and female employment in Boko Haram affected countries. So Eugene Rose Fontep, you have the floor and you have 7 minutes. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was thinking that it should also show here.
We see there.
Yes, I can see here, but I was thinking that okay, thank you. Okay, just the peace building. Thank you. The peace building and the women role in peace building have been neglected so far. So me and my co-author try to investigate this issue in Boko Haram affected countries. So this is how the presentation is. So in terms of a context, we have almost 2 billion people worldwide affected by conflict, from which 2/3 are from sub-Saharan Africa. And the latest statistics on Boko Haram shows that more than 20,000 people have been killed by the group. And most importantly, that 2.15 million other people are displaced because of this terrorist group. How can I say it? The customized characteristics of Boko Haram is using women in suicide attacks, and especially it is, how can I say it, like contradicting the human attitude toward giving birth and protecting lives. So engaging them in suicide attack is somehow contradicting their biological values. So we can see on these 4 pictures, the 4 main countries affected by Boko Haram. This is Nigeria, Cameroon, and Chad. The most affected country is Nigeria in terms of both refugees, fatalities, and number of internally displaced persons, followed by Cameroon, Chad, and Nigeria. But in the case of this study, we will just focus on 3 countries because we were not able to have data on Chad. So in the literature, there's mixed evidence on the impact of women role in a peace building process, both theoretically and empirically. But we didn't find a study which has focused on the role of women employment on peace building, especially in Boko Haram context. So empirical literature, the last one Ouedraogo and Ouedraogo did in 2019 for the International Monetary Fund, has found that an equalized ratio on the male to women labor force participation decrease of violence in 34 African countries. But another study conducted in Sierra Leone didn't have a significant relationship between women employment and their attitude toward building peace. So this is why our main research question is to investigate how employment status affects women's attitude toward peace building. So we have 2 main contributions in the literature. The first one is that we raise the importance of women's occupation in the peace building process. And the second one, we are exploring a dynamics between 3 main African countries. LDC countries. So I don't know why my graphs look this way. We are using Afrobarometer data collected between 2016 and 2018. So normally my graph is showing the employment status in the 3 main countries that we study. This is Nigeria, and Cameroon. And the graph will show you that unemployment or inactivity status is higher among women. So there is a gender gap in terms of women, in terms of employment status. Women being more inactive in these 3 countries, especially the highest rate being in Nigeria, followed by Cameroon, and finally Nigeria. And this can be explained by the context where these women are living. Most of the country where they are living are or the regions where they are living is most Muslim countries, regions where women are more likely to stay at home and care for children rather than participating in the labor market. So this can explain why the inactivity rate in this context are really high. Let's note that Boko Haram are not acting in the whole countries, they are acting in specific regions. In Cameroon, for example, they're acting in 3 main regions. These are Adamawa North and Far North. In Nigeria, they're acting in 2 main regions, Bono and Kano. And in Nigeria, they're acting in only 1 region. This is the Diffa regions. So we conducted some empirical analysis, and we found that the women involvement in income-generating activities increases their participation to peace building. This is, let's say, 20% increase in part-time and full-time jobs in Cameroon and Niger. But in contrast, we found that the unemployment status of women in Nigeria decreased by 10%. They are likely to be peacemaker. So according to our result, we have mostly 4 policy implications. The first one is that we encourage policymakers to speed up women transition from unemployment to at least part jobs. This has been the case in Francophone Africa, where the International Development Research Center of Canada have set up policies to encourage skill training programs, job research assistance, and also employment subsidies. And the skill training programs have been strong. The effects of skill training programs have been stronger than the effect of the other employment policies. Second one, we will think that policy aiming to encourage women employment should be very welcome. For example, the cash transfer, conditional cash transfer allocation that have been done by the World Bank Group in almost 20 African and Latin America countries. This policy have shown that almost 2.5 billion people have recovered from poverty. 650 million, this is almost 50% are from the poorest quintile. So how can I say, government can encourage the World Bank or collaborate with the World Bank to increase this safety net program in their country. The 2 last, we can create ideal conditions to encourage good production. This can be through tax alleviations, for example. Tailor credit products in Indonesia, for example, have shown to increase women participation in the labor market. We can also encourage bank or microfinance to allow women to give their own assets as collateral to have credit, for example, their jewelry or their gold to have collateral rather than only land or households. And finally, the main issue with Boko Haram affected countries is that we don't have reliable data to assess the impact of the conflicts on households' well-being. So we think government can collaborate to create a special survey on Boko Haram. But the best practices have been done in Sierra Leone, where the government has included the impact of civil war, of the 1991-2001 civil war in the integrated household survey and the population household census. So government can also gain in including this Boko Haram, the effect of Boko Haram in our household surveys or their census survey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that very interesting presentation, linking up very well with our keynote, and thank you for sticking to time. I'm sure many of you have seen on social media the time it takes if you show a picture for a couple of seconds, the women heads of state and presidents speaking at the UN General Assembly and the men, the difference. And I think, the next topic in terms of looking at how our electoral systems serve the drive and the commitment for gender equality is really important, because we still look to the members of parliament for voice, for representation. I think there's also a link to your presentation in the sense that in many countries, running an electoral campaign is very costly. And if women are not economically empowered, they are quite unlikely to throw themselves into electoral politics and run a campaign. So now I have the pleasure of inviting the next panelist, who is a lecturer at the Faculty of Law, the Open University of Tanzania, to make her statement. Victoria, the floor is yours. You have 7 minutes.
Thank you. I'm actually really pleased to be in Finland because actually Finland and my country at the moment, we have almost one thing in common. We have women almost at the top of the leadership. In my country, the president is female, Honorable Samia Suluhu Hassan, and here the prime minister is the female. So I'm so happy because I'm also going to talk about women political participation, the topic which is very close to my heart. So I think we all understand that we have this problem of low women representation in our parliaments. I know actually the global average is at 25%. So in every 10 men, 2.5 women in the parliament. So that's still very low. And actually in East Africa, where I'm coming from, although we have Rwanda, which is leading actually at the world level, it has 61% of women in this parliament. But in another country in the same region, such as Kenya, actually women makes 21% of the parliament. That means that for every 10 parliamentarians, only 2 are women. And in my country, which I'm very proud, 36.8% are women, but most of them are coming from special seats, and very few of them are voted from the constituencies. We have 264 constituencies and only 25 are voted from the constituencies. Others are coming from special seats. So actually we still have a very steep slope to climb. So there are a number of challenges actually causing the problem of low women representation in our parliaments, mostly entangled within our culture, traditions, unpaid care work, electoral systems. But I've chosen the electoral systems because I really feel that it's critical when it comes to determining how women are getting into the parliament. So it's through the country's electoral system that determines how voters are voting and how actually votes are being translated into seats. That's why it's very important to talk about the electoral system. And actually, the electoral systems could be of different forms. There are 3, actually. There's first past the post, where a winner wins all. And there's also proportional representation, where actually political parties get the seats in a pro rata basis. That means that they get the seats in accordance to the percentage of votes that they win in an election. And it can also be mixed in that a country can use both of the systems. It can use first past the post, and it can use proportional representation. We have a number of calls, particularly from the Beijing conference, which is actually documented in the Beijing Declaration. And the Beijing Declaration actually calls upon member states, countries, to take stock and to review the electoral systems and to ensure that the kind of electoral system that are used in their countries facilitate more women and other marginalized groups to win elections. But actually, despite this call being made in 1995, in Beijing, until now, most of the countries have not changed their electoral systems, including the countries that I'm studying. That is Rwanda. Rwanda, it has changed to proportional representation, but countries such as Tanzania and Kenya, they still use first past the post as a prominent electoral system in their countries. And there is a problem in using first past the post because actually the data and research show us that when we use proportional representation, electoral system, women are 4 times likely to win the elections compared to first past the post. But despite that evidence, Kenya and Tanzania are still using first past the post. So I'm here to call upon the policymakers from Kenya and Tanzania to take steps to review the current electoral systems that are being used in their countries, and to also take deliberate action to adapt a proportional representation, which actually is more suitable for facilitating the historically marginalized groups to take part in the elections and also win. Why am I talking in favor of the proportional representation? There are a number of reasons. First being, for instance, in the international human rights law, we have a number of principles guiding how the elections should be conducted. And also, such principles also guide how the electoral system should look like. So one of the principles is actually to ensure that the elections are taking place in safe and secure environment. But when we use first past the post, only one candidate is supposed to win in a constituency. That means that actually it brings about antagonistic and violence-prone politics. And actually this brings about violence against women in politics and electoral violence. For instance, when we read the elections report from both the 2017 general election in Kenya and the 2020 general election in Tanzania, we actually see the incidences of using abusive words, tearing of women's clothes, inappropriate touching of women's body, just because it's only one seat that is being competed for. But in countries where proportional representation is being used, you find that different factions within the political parties are well represented, and therefore it reduces the chances for elections being more violent. And also, when we talk about the right to stand for election, which is provided again in a number of international human rights instruments, we find that under proportional representation, more women are willing to come forward to vie for seats because they know there's a probability of winning, because actually the political party is supposed to balance its seats in a way that it looks lucrative for different categories of voters. But under the first past the post, there's only single candidate to be selected. Therefore, actually, when one thinks that there's only one person to win in this constituency, some of them just are getting discouraged from vying. But also political parties are getting stressed, knowing that they have to choose one candidate that has to appeal to all categories of voters. And most of the time, they tend to prefer men to stand for elections because actually, due to patriarchal nature of our society, people are used to seeing men as leaders, and therefore, when they put up a woman as the sole candidate, there's actually a risk of losing the election. So most of them are preferring men, and that doesn't work well for women. If I give an example, for instance, in the 2017 general election in Kenya and in the 2020 general election in Tanzania, actually the number of women candidates put forward by political parties did not exceed 10%. So, for instance, in Tanzania, last year we had the general election, the men candidates were 91%. Only 9% of candidates were female, so that's not something to laugh about. Actually, it's very scaring on how the countries are moving forward in terms of ensuring that both genders are taking part in the running of the elections. But also in terms of the right to be elected, you find that the first past the post presumes that actually men and women and youth and people with disabilities enjoy the same level of acceptance from the voters, from the EMBs, from the political parties, from the media, but that's not true. Yeah, but that's not true because actually, when you use proportional representation, we take into consideration those injustices and we put in place mechanisms to address those. And actually, the PR promotes and encourages people to come out to vote, unlike first past the post, which discourages most people to come out to vote because it can be predicted who is going to win the elections even before one goes to the polls. And also, what we tend to find is that most of the young political parties are more inclusive of women and other marginalized groups, but actually the vote that could vote for those women put forth by the small political parties are not counted for because under first past the post, it's only about 50 to 60% of votes that chooses the winner, and the rest of the votes do not count. So what am I trying to say here is that although countries have put up special measures such as special seats in my country, which is about 40%, and also in some of the countries such as Kenya, there's 2/3 rule, and also in Rwanda, there's women-only constituencies, and in Kenya, there are women-only counties. all these temporary special measures and the challenges that they face, they can be eradicated by adapting proportional representation electoral system, because it's through the proportional representation electoral system where we can move away from having women and other marginalized groups as only voters, as cheerleaders and mobilizers, actually to candidates and to people who are more likely to win the elections. So I'm here to support the proportional representation, and I think that first past the post has been here for so long. It is simple to manage, but it's very exclusive in nature, and we need a more inclusive electoral system, which for this case, I am supporting proportional representation electoral system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A very well argued and passionate call for moving away from winner takes it all electoral systems. So we have now gone from the development humanitarian peace nexus, looking at how to, from the very beginning, design for sustainability, not dependency. We've spoken about female employment and the importance of women's participation at the seat where peace is being negotiated, to women's political participation and how we design systems that allow for more inclusive politics. And I think all of, especially our two panelists, have very much driven home the point that gender equality is not about either or. Gender equality is good for society. It's good for men, it's good for women, it's good for boys, it's good for girls. But we're here to look at how the evidence from the researchers and the advocates, what does it actually mean at the country level? Very much looking at how do we turn this into action, action at home, action at regional level, but making a difference in people's lives. So it's my immense pleasure to invite our discussants. I would want to start with Mr. Coulibaly from Mali. Mr. Coulibaly is the ambassador and the director of multilateral cooperation in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Your country is obviously facing a range of challenges. It's a country with a rich history, a rich culture, where no doubt all the issues that the previous speakers have talked about is highly relevant. So, Mr. Coulibaly, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam. Thanks you. Since I have only 4 minutes, I'll try to make it very short as possible. And I don't pretend here to map and to draw the full scenario. I just give you some talking points, some reflection issues, and then after we can discuss if time allows. But to save time, just allow me to express myself in French. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Alors, j'ai 4 minutes pour vous exposer ce que le gouvernement du Mali fait pour faire face.
I have 4 minutes to explain to you what my country will do to ensure peace and development. And as you know, since 2012, Mali is confronted to a security crisis because of exogenous but also endogenous factors. On the one side, we have the global situation in the Sahel since 2000, but also the situation in Libya after the disappearance of Muammar Gaddafi. Speaking of endogenous factors, we are an immense country with 6 neighboring countries. So speaking of endogenous factors, it is all the actors who have access to the resources. We have the climate crisis. We have internal conflicts. And we have a number of factors that just nourish these conflicts. We have also divergences in lifestyle, ideological factors, religious factors, as well as a difference in terms of access to basic the satisfaction of basic needs, which is a factor of injustice. That is how it is perceived. So we have climate issues, we have the issue of access to resources. All this is at the background of this and has created a security issue, security crisis, has created a great number of displaced persons with attacks every day taking place in various regions of our countries. Actually, two-thirds of our territory are out of control. And that is how Mali and its partners have tried to find the means to be able to take under control this situation. So I want to mention what the country or the government is doing on itself. First of all, we have signed and applied the peace agreement or the agreement for peace and reconciliation under the leadership of Egypt and Algeria, with the intention to restore peace in Mali and to recreate new armed forces. But also this goes through is to be achieved with economic measures and should be achieved via a dialogue, via justice and the process of national reconciliation. Beyond this, beyond the peace accord, we have a transitional government that should help us to achieve this and has taken up a certain program now, which is the synthesis of what has been proposed by various ministries. We are four axes: strengthening security on the entire national territory, reform of political reform and reform of institutions, organization of general elections, promotion good governance, and the adoption of a social stability pact. You know that all this crisis was due to a bad organization of our social life. So we have 9 objectives, 64 actions planned, but the government did not stop here, halt here. We have a programmation program. We called it CRED, which is a strategic framework for the economic revival, with the participation of all the social strata, promoting collective security, individual security, in unity, in cohesion, and respective of our diversity, capitalizing on our human capital across the country. We have a number of objectives based on the Agenda 2063 and 2030 of the UN. In order to move onwards, we have politics in the field of cooperation and development. The PONAGA, which is a document with the objective to create the conditions of a better financing of all our objectives. Because although we are working in a different framework, this program was welcomed, and I think that until 2022 we shall be able to work out a report on all these various actions that will have been taken. Of course, we enjoy the support of the international community, especially the Framework Agreement for Sustainable Development of the United Nations. We enjoy the help of bilateral partners in order to help the country to come out of this situation. Within the framework of peacekeeping actions, there are other structures helping us. For instance, the G5 Sahel, signed recently, bringing together the countries of this region in order to ensure development conditions and security in this region and to improve the quality of life of our populations. But we also have the MINUSMA, I think you know it, which is the UN mission which has been put into place on the 25th of April 2013 with the task to ensure security in our country. Then there is the Barkhane operation, which allows us to protect our populations against jihadist aggressions. Well, this is all I think. Since I didn't have much time, I only wanted to give you some elements to show you what we are trying to do to ensure peace and to ensure development in our country. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Coulibaly. Really interesting example of context, and whatever we do, context matters. And obviously a country where all tools of UN engagement are very much deployed, from peacekeeping to a sizable humanitarian operation to the development engagement, where your ministry, of course, is key, plus the political dialogue around not only Mali, but the whole Sahelian challenges. Yes. So with that, let me give the floor to the next speaker, a country that is actually has a name for itself for having had women at the seat of negotiating the peace, or pushing people to get to talk about peace. Maybe that's a better description of what had, but certainly a rather unique story. So let me invite the Deputy Permanent Representative of Liberia to the UN for your intervention. Cecilia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, distinguished guests, excellencies. I was asked to give practical experiences in Liberia because we've been through war, and we need to know a few factors. We need to show the best practices we use to keep the peace and build the peace and development. And we need to give success stories, how we kept the peace. So, what did we do differently in Liberia to keep the peace and the development process? My government, by the way, Liberia is a trailblazer in terms of women empowerment. As you know, we have woman president, now we have vice president, election commissioner is a lady, and everywhere across the board. So what Liberia has done differently to keep the peace and development? The government has open participation of all Liberians in the democratic process and freedom of speech, which is remarkable. My government has open participation. Women's role had been in the leadership and is still mobilizing women, girls to enroll at every secondary schools through the local NGOs, through the international NGOs, and they advocate for gender balance in government positions, in private sectors, in legislatures, and in NGOs, international and local NGOs. My government makes sure civil servants are always paid on time. That would make the people happy, the civil servants happy, to make sure that peace prevails. The key public institutions, like the police, are capacitated resources given to cover their patrols all in the villages, and we have 15 counties. Our religious and civil service leaders and field local NGOs continue the Palava Hut, what we call Palava Hut, where the chiefs and everybody come and do reconciliation meetings. If there is a riot, there is or disturbances, they will come together under the Palava Hut and have meetings and have the peace. That's part of the peace building, to address various issues. Our president, the government, has done enormous road connectivity to connect all the villages. All the various counties, is 15 counties, all the villages, road connectivity to make sure that there are roads to come to the city, for the women to bring their markets to the town. So the road connectivity is working and is still going on. The government, we have built market infrastructures for women to make their markets, to sell, to support their families. And it's ongoing. We have many numerous city renovations of schools and hospitals. New hospitals has been built. All of these projects, all of these programs have contributed to continue to promote peace and development. These are some of the best practices we have engaged in. The peace has also been kept through the inclusiveness of youth programs in sports, which is very, very, very essential to make sure that we have the youth engaged in the society so that they don't derail or deviate from the focal points. We have vocational studies in training, in home economics, in other rehabilitation, and microfinance, especially for the women in the villages, in the counties. We have a very small UN coordinating office that has been established, and the coordination office is helping us to rehabilitate and disarm the child soldiers. It's very, very critical. So the small coordinating office have been a great help that we have requested for to help us with the child soldiers, to bring them into the society and give them incentives and take the guns away from them. Lessons learned: poverty reduction, inclusiveness. In a nutshell, our president had put in place an agenda, and this agenda includes great policies that the citizens are very happy for, so that also keeping the peace. And these policies and strategies include programs, quick impact projects to benefit the vast majority of the Liberian people. I'll talk about connectivity of the roads, hospitals, youth programs, and more women to take up great positions. And there's evidence everywhere. I think we are next to Rwanda, if I'm not mistaken. And my last point is, with all these achievements and lessons learned and best practices, the last point is we continue to work with international communities to assist with funding, because we need more funding to continue to carry out the projects to make sure that peace prevails and development goes on. Thank you. And I will take questions as to the road we took to do all of this, if you have questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. You can take the seat. We'll take
Question?
questions to
Yes,
we'll take questions to everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Thank you. Sure. And thank you for that reminder about the Palava hut. I think it is a powerful example of the importance to build national capacities to sustain peace, and an important reminder of the fact that peace can only be homegrown. It can't be imposed, it can't be imported, it has to be homegrown.
Right.
Thanks to our excellent panel and our keynote speaker, we actually have 12 minutes for questions and comments from the audience. So we still have our keynote speaker online, so you can ask questions to the keynote, you can ask questions to our panelists, to our discussants, or you're also welcome to bring in your country experience as it relates to the development, humanitarian, peace nexus, or any of the topics that the panel has touched upon. I think I saw the Excellency from Malawi raising your hand. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Yes, thanks very much. Thank you for all the speakers, and for our keynote speaker, I would want to hear, you've been a special rapporteur for some time. I would want to hear from you the nexus between peace and climate change. How in your work have you seen that growing as we go on? For Liberia, I had a very interesting story that women contributed very much to the end of the war, because they threatened that if you don't stop this war, we will go out in the street.
Exactly.
Nude.
Nude.
Yes.
Nude. Nude. Right.
The men listened and they stopped the war. Is that true?
It is very true.
Of course.
It is very true. Very, very true. We were about to go nude.
So
during
maybe
the war, right.
Maybe we can take one more question. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, please, one question for the Liberian people. That was a very wonderful one, but I just want to ask you something. Why has the child soldier persisted?
Why?
Again, why has the child soldier issue persisted, in several decades of, the post-Civil War?
Yeah. I believe that the program were not structured properly from the very beginning. But now we're on the road now, and that's why the president requested for a small coordination office to help to get these child soldiers and to take the guns from them and give them incentives. But from the very beginning, the structure was not there. When you come from the war, there is nothing in place. But then eventually, the structure came into place.
Thank you. It certainly is one of those examples to look at in terms of youth inclusion in peace from the very beginning.
Right.
I would like to pass the floor to our keynote speaker. There was a challenging question of how do we extend the development, humanitarian, peace nexus further to the climate change impact and the climate. How do we make it part of the nexus? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. In fact, the Platform on Disasters, which works on the effects of climate change, has already added effect of climate change as part of the nexus. The report that we did for the General of the High-Level Panel on Internal Displacement has also added development, peace, and climate change nexus. Why is this? The effects of climate change can lead to desertification, they can lead to famine, they can lead to the shrinking of resources, and the most common aspect of all of this are resource-based. I had a mission to Syria, I think, in 2014, but it is not very well known that the demonstrations and the conflict that broke out was actually preceded by famine, food shortages, because of the lack of rainfall in Syria. That was the underlying aspect of it, leading to discontent, leading to loss of energy. And as we speak in most of the countries, we have power outcuts. Why is that? Through outages. There's, when we rely on hydroelectric dams, there's poor rainfall, then we don't have energy. And in places like the Middle East, energy is a real source of as well as possible. But two specific examples, that's one. The second was the mixture between conflict and the issue of the effects of climate change. And this was in the Philippines after Typhoon Hawaii as it occurred. But that led to a volatile mixture of the consequences of the disaster and the activities of Maoist guerrillas in Mindanao, fueling this whole potent mixture, resulting into clearly the quest for peace, the Bangasora entity having a legal framework to establish peace as an autonomous space, and of course reconstruction in relation to the disaster and the effects of climate change. So climate change is likely to be a multi-causal aspect of conflict. It's also likely to be a multiplier of conflicts in future because of its effects. I could go a bit more than this particular explanation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to note, and you don't need to comment on it unless you want to, but as you have served as a special rapporteur, the government of Bangladesh put forward an initiative for a special rapporteur on climate and human rights, which seems, at least to me, to be a very timely initiative looking at the grave impact of climate on rights. We still have time for... Please. Yes, you have the floor.
Yes, I do support that. I had discussions with the government of Bangladesh that actually invited me to visit during my tenure as special rapporteur, and we have sided with them here in Geneva. But we have a special rapporteur of the environment, but that's not enough. So a special rapporteur on human rights and climate change, I think is appropriate. If you recall, it was the MOOC that first raised the issue of climate change and human rights in the Human Rights Council, long before this became an international issue. So the South Pacific Asian states are part of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions from the room to the panel, to our keynote, to the discussants? No more questions? Please, you have the floor.
Okay, thanks. So thank you for the excellent presentations. I have first one question to the keynote speaker. He mentioned and he invited participants to engage with the negotiations of the Declaration of the Right to Development. If he could say a few words on that and what would be his recommendations to this process, that would be great. Our small section on the UN Human Rights Office is responsible for helping that process, so we could learn a lot from you as well. And but I would extend that question to the other participants as well, especially on the gender perspective and the women's role in ensuring and promoting and making the right to development a reality. So if the speaker from Tanzania could also, if she has any insights or comments on what could be provisions of an international binding instrument on the right to development relating to the role of women and in development.
Thanks. Any other questions from the audience? Yes. Yeah.
Mine is first to thank the presenters and the keynote speaker for the really wonderful presentations and interventions so far made. I just want to make a short follow-up on the experience from Liberia, but also reference to Tanzania, particularly on the women participation in politics. I wonder whether there has been also the wide research on the participation of women in all key sectors, apart from the parliament and the political platforms, because quite often I see a lot of references to women in terms of their participation in the parliament, becoming the ministers, becoming the president, and the like, which is very, very important. But I think beyond that, I think there is also a necessity to see the position of women in other sectors, other levels of the society, really. And we can go to the technical level and the professional levels and so forth and so on. I wonder whether there could be some reflection which touches upon the status or the position of women in all other positions beyond those in politics. That's one. But the second point that I want to raise relates to the question of peace and security, particularly the role of women in that. It's a topical issue now, and but on one hand, I think women have always played a vital role in peace and security from the time of decolonization movement in Africa till now. Perhaps there has been no more recognition, or there has been no recognition of their support than now. But I wonder whether, is this really something new, or is it something that is now getting attention now? That means, can we confidently say that women have always been at the forefront of the struggle and development and peace? Only that recently there have been more recognition and more kind of focus on that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So what I will do is I'm going to give everybody a chance to comment on these questions because they are linked and they are so highly relevant. So if I can ask all of you just to share a very short thought, a minute or so, on how do we draw the links to the right to development, the role of women, and inclusive approaches, and how do we look at women's role beyond political empowerment and political participation, whether it's the participation in labor force, whether it's in academia, and obviously private sector as well. So if I can give first the floor to our keynote speaker for your final thoughts on these issues.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. To start with the question that I was directly asked on the right to development, when I looked, and from the eye of someone who treaties, I found that it was actually to feed into the specific interests of the least development countries. For example, it speaks of parties shall be guided by human rights-based approach to development, reiterate development is human right, should be realized as such with and on all other human rights. It's a general statement, we all know. But what are the development challenges the LDCs that the Convention ought to address? I think that's the question that you have to address in the context of that instrument, because it's an instrument that is being drafted at this point in time, at a time when the LDCs are preparing for the State Summit in Doha next year. So it seems to me to be an appropriate time, to feed in that. Self-determination, of course, is a well-known principle, so it has to say, something more. On the question of peace and security and the role of women, I think conflict breaks out because men fight between themselves. And then men take, I think, the advantage or the opportunity to try and settle the conflict between themselves, but they don't like those conflicts actually have a disproportionate impact on. And the way in which women are affected by the conflict is an important factor to have women participate. I listened to the Boko Haram presentation and I visited Maiduguri and looked at Boko Haram. Most of the women who have been evicted and who have been released have direct knowledge and information of how Boko Haram works. And it's important to get them to participate. The Mano River Union in West Africa was one of the early initiatives where women got together and actually created a basis and a movement for the participation of women in peace process, including in Liberia and elsewhere. And I think that it's a model that needs to be enhanced. Thank you very much.
I'll start from the right, and you all get a couple of minutes for some final thoughts. Mr. Coulibaly.
Yeah. Merci beaucoup. Moi, je pense que dans mon pays, le rôle de la femme, il est très important. Nous avons pensé que la femme, vu son expérience, vu vraiment tout le rôle, c'est la femme, le poids de la société, c'est le pilier de la maison. C'est pourquoi le gouvernement ou le pays a adopté la loi 2015-052 qui impose un quota pour les femmes, pour les postes électifs et les postes nominatifs. Donc, toute liste de candidats ou d'élections qui ne met pas en avant la femme, cette liste, elle est automatiquement rejetée. Donc, c'est pour vous dire que nous accordons une importance particulière à la femme dans tous les secteurs, pas seulement au niveau électif, mais même dans l'administration, dans tout ce qui est développement. Au-delà de ça, je pense que les femmes ont toujours été auprès des hommes dans le combat pour l'instauration de la paix et de la sécurité. Nous avons des femmes battantes, des femmes leaders qui haussent le ton chaque fois qu'il est question vraiment des grandes questions. Et elles sont, je ne sais pas si vous avez suivi un peu au plus fort de la crise, nous avons eu des députés femmes qui étaient sur les plateaux de télévision pour apporter vraiment le démenti sur des allégations de négligence de ceci ou de cela. Et même dans notre histoire, je pense que nous avons des femmes célèbres, et nous avons toujours des masques à l'image des femmes que nous appelons Nyeleni. Nyeleni, ça veut dire que c'est la femme battante, la femme brave, et que nous décernons aux femmes leaders, aux femmes battantes, aux femmes qui se sont fait distinguer. Je pense que ça, je pourrais donner la chance aux autres de s'exprimer. Nous avons beaucoup d'autres exemples, nous pouvons continuer à discuter, mais compte tenu du temps, je pense que voilà.
Merci.
Thank you, Ambassador, for the question. I think women are now being recognized, I think, with regards to being equal or equal position with men. But all along, women have been in positions. So I agree with you. And I personally, in my offices, in my societies, when they're talking about gender balance, I include men as well, because it has to be men and women, not just women. Because if we leave the men out, some of us will have sons. So what I'm trying to say, gender balance or promoting gender balance should be women and men together. But at the same time, we have to be mindful. Don't leave the women behind. That's my comment.
Thank you. Please.
Okay, thank you. I think I agree with what have been previously said. And yes, women have been playing a great role in peacemaking, but investigations have been always done toward men characteristics. So what are the characteristics of men who are acting as peacemaker? But empirical evidence on characteristics, socio-demographic characteristics of women acting as peacemaker remain unknown. So we need to assess that. What are their characteristics? Especially what factors may increase their participation toward peacemaking, so that, as she said previously, so that combining men and women action can increase resilience toward peacekeeping in our societies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I need to be very careful because I'm responding to the question from my professor who taught me Masters of Law back at home. Okay, thank you. What I would love to say is that actually the real problem is lack of data, absence of data. For instance, we would love to have data on the number of women councillors, let's say in my country, where there are about 4,000 wards, and there are representatives at each ward. But then, because of how our data are captured by the electoral management bodies, you find that there's no proper disaggregation of data. Therefore, we cannot count. It's very difficult to count like how many women won from the wards. We only have the general figure that it's 5% of women from the wards, but we cannot establish for sure, because even if you go to the document by the EMBs, you don't find that data disaggregated. But I've also seen some of the initiatives, such as those from the UN Women. I'm engaged in one of the assignment where I'm supposed to do a gender profile for the country, and I'm looking at how women are represented in various sectors, from the agriculture, education, politics, media, peace building, and so forth and so on. But then such kind of assignments are only documentary review based, and they do not give you much resources, maybe to undertake a survey or to do primary data collection, such that you can collect such data and come up with the real data. So we can invest more on data, but we can support the governments more on collection of data. For instance, in our country, we are doing census from next year, so such kind of endeavors are very important to get the information to be able to establish the number of women at various levels. I agree with you. We need the data across the board. In terms of women and development and whether they have been actually taking part in development, and we have now just recognized that, I would say actually effort to recognize women's role in development started long ago. I mean, from the legal perspective, I would tell by number of conventions and agreements we've been having from the ICCPR to the CEDAW to now the SDGs, they all come to reinforce the role of women in development. I mean, the fact that such kind of contribution from the women was not recognized, and that's why we're still reminding ourselves about this important role that women are playing. Thank you.
So with that, I want to first thank the audience for your very, very rich and insightful comments. I know that there still might be comments, but I'm running out of time, so I would suggest the discussion continues over a cup of coffee. But thank you, all of you, for staying, for engaging, for being such an attentive audience. Thanks to our discussants, the concrete grounding in the experience from Liberia and Mali enriched the discussions tremendously. Thanks to our discussants, it's great to see upcoming brilliant female researchers from the continent speaking in this panel. I feel very pleased to have been had the chance to moderate this. And last but not least, a huge thanks to our keynote speaker for your very rich, enlightening, and inspiring input and your keynote. I think your thoughts will stay with us as a challenge as the discussions continue in the next day and a half. With that, the panel is closed.